Is the police station at the Scouts headquarters? Is it at a former daycare? Or perhaps will it be at a new rental space in Masad? From today, all of Gros and the world will know exactly where to go to make a police report. No more guessing games. No more jumping from one rental space to another space that is insufficient, inadequate, and only benefits landlords collecting rent. The people of Gros deserved better. Our police deserved better. No more uncomfortable places for officers to rest after a 48-hour shift. No more facilities without recreation. No more absence of a gun range to sharpen their skills in the fight against thugs and criminal elements. No more absence of a comfortable place to write reports. This government has provided the people of Gros and our officers with the best police facility in the region. This modern headquarters has been thoughtfully designed to enhance operational efficiency, improve service delivery, and provide a safe and professional environment for the officers who serve our communities every day. It reflects our belief that those entrusted with protecting us deserve facilities that are resilient, functional, and equipped for the demands of modern law enforcement. To the officers who will serve from this headquarters, may this space empower you in your duties. May it support your efforts to maintain peace, uphold justice, and build stronger relationships within the communities you serve. To our partners and stakeholders, thank you for your commitment, for your cooperation, and unwavering support throughout this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today adds to the significance of this occasion. We are honored to have you share in this historic moment with Gros. Welcome, and thank you for being part of this proud chapter in the continued development of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casimir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in for a treat. This individual is a prominent St. Lucian beauty queen and cultural ambassador, best known for her success in the 2025 National Carnival Queen Pageant. During the competition, she distinguished herself by winning several special awards, including Best Carnival Costume, Best in Carnival Costume, Best Second Interview. This beauty queen hails from Badosh Grosely. She has been celebrated for embodying the heart, heritage, and pure carnival charisma of the island. Following her performance, she has continued to serve as a vocal ambassador for St. Lucian culture and tourism, participating in national motorcades and promotional events under the theme, Let Her Inspire You. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Tatiana Clovis Freitas.
I look to you. fighting left and sinking to rise no more, searching for that open door. And every road that I'm taking has led to my regret, and I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Nothing to do but lift my head. I look to you. I look to you. After all my strength is gone, in you I hear a song. I look to you. I look to you. Are gone. In you I hear a song. I look to you. Lord, I need you to set me free. Take me far away from the battle. I need you to shine on me. I look to you. I look to you. After all my strength is gone, in you I hear a song. I look to you. Gone. In you I hear a song. I look to you. I look to you. I look to you. Thank you.
Just excellent. Jaguzili, excellent. The next speaker is a prominent St. Lucian politician and former law enforcement officer who currently serves as the Minister for Home Affairs, Crime Prevention, and Persons with Disabilities. As a person living with a disability himself, he has emphasized his commitment to eliminating discriminatory barriers and ensuring the full integration of disabled citizens into national development. He advocates for multifaceted national security strategies, including the use of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill to streamline regional fugitive captures and addressing the root causes of youth violence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Jeremiah Norbert.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to adopt the protocol already established, but I'd like to recognize His Excellency Mr. Felix Finisterre, Deputy Governor General, and the Honorable Prime Minister Philip Joseph Pierre in our midst today. I stand here this morning with a sense of ultimate gratitude and appreciation, not only as the Minister for Home Affairs, but as a former policeman. And it gives me, and I told Prime Minister, I whispered to him this morning when I came here, that this morning I woke up with elation in my heart, knowing that we are at this juncture where we can officially hand over the Gros Northern Divisional Headquarters to the men and women of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. I understand all too well the long hours, the sacrifice that the police put in day in and day out, leaving their families behind to come out and ensure that we, those of us sitting here who work our office jobs, can go to bed and sleep peacefully in the night. I understand the importance of the work that the police officers, the importance of the work that they put in. But if there is someone who understands the importance of the work more than myself, is the Honorable Prime Minister. And he often boasts that his father was a policeman, and he uses that as a benchmark in terms of what he does for the police and to create a proper environment for the police. And it's because of that understanding, we as a government, under the leadership of this Honorable Prime Minister, saw it fit to ensure that the police had somewhere that was not just a police station, but we can boast and beat our chest about providing the police with what is considered the most modern police station in the Caribbean, in the region right now. And it speaks to the way that we value the work that the police put in. The Prime Minister can tell you that he could have chosen to build just another police station. He could have chosen to do a quick fix. But when we did the site visit, and it speaks to the importance of continuity, and I'm happy that all of us, men and women sitting in front, can be here again today. Speaks to the importance of continuity to allow the government to continue the work that they've started. And we came here, I remember walking here with the Prime Minister, with the Minister for Education, the parliamentary representative for Gros. I remember doing a walkthrough at the time. The police were still in occupation of this building, and it could have shown on the Prime Minister's face at the time, the heartbreak, to see the conditions that the police had to endure at that time. And many people said many things, some of which I will not say today. Many people said many things, just like they said when we provided police with all the vehicles, they said it was replacement vehicles. And they said a lot more about the conditions that the police had to endure here in Gros. But the Prime Minister remained steadfast, and we visited, we went across to, I don't know, HRDC, you call it, in Gros. And although at the time there was some retrofitting to happen, and we knew it was going to be a big ask of the police, because this is not, the HRDC was not built to serve as a police station. And on that note, I want to thank the men and women who worked at the Gros police station during that time, who endured the environment, who endured the conditions, understanding all too well that it was not built for a police station, but knowing that they had a calling bigger than just the walls, a calling to serve and to protect. And they did it without fear or favor. They did it without complaining. And they stayed there and they endured because they knew that under the stewardship of Philip Joseph Pierre, something better was going to come. And here we are today. Today we are at this juncture where we are officially handing over the Gros Divisional headquarters. And I know that the Minister for Education, the parliamentary for Gros said Gros has a police station that is officially theirs. Yet it is theirs, but it is St. Lucia's own. It belongs to the men and women of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. And those people who may not necessarily be from Gros, but we know Gros is the community with the most money. The minister doesn't want to accept that. The most businesses, the most activities happening here. So this police station is going to serve the majority of St. Lucians. I want to thank the contractors for working diligently, putting their best foot forward, and for being able to deliver in such quick time. I want to also thank NIPRO for ensuring that with their partnership with the government that today we are able to be here to open the Gros Divisional headquarters. I also want to say a special thank you to Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre. And I say that with the utmost sincerity because I see for myself, I witness firsthand how this Prime Minister, the way that he cares about the police. I want to thank you, sir, for your leadership and for your foresight and for ensuring that national security is not something that is dealt with as if it is optional, but it is dealt with as something that is necessary. I want to thank you for ensuring that national security remains at the helm of our national priorities. I want to thank all the other stakeholders who were involved and who ensured that we can be here today. And in closing, I want to implore the police officers who are going to be occupying these buildings to make the ultimate use of it. I heard, I'm not sure, I'm guessing when we do the tour, I will see what is in there. But I heard that there is gym. I heard that Sandals and Windjammer has nothing on the quarters, the sleeping quarters that the police officers have here. And Mr. Norani, as is here to say that when he witnessed, he can tell you the difference between, and I'm sure there is not much difference between Sandals, Windjammer, and the Northern Divisional headquarters. That's the quality of what the police officers are getting this morning. But it is nothing short of what they deserve. Let's be honest about it. It's nothing short of what they deserve. So for me, I'm extremely grateful to be part of the ceremony today. I want to encourage the police officers to make the most of it, and as Father Afanas would have said in his prayer this morning, allow this building to be more than just a building, but a beacon of hope, and as something for us to move on and look forward. Hopefully, although I heard the MC keep speaking about Jean Gozile, he never made mention that he's the inspector in charge of the Micoud police station. And I was very worried. I thought when I sat here and I eyeballed him, he would have said something about the Micoud police station. But he kept speaking about, I don't know if it's a pitch for him to come back to Gros. So we are happy with you in Micoud, and we are going to continue to work with you in Micoud. But again, I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank the Prime Minister, and I want to wish the member for Gros and the police officers well. I know that you will make the most of this facility. You're going to use it for everything that it is supposed to be used for, including the gun range, which I think is an exciting part. To have an indoor gun range. I don't know where in the Caribbean I've gone and I've seen a gun range in the police station, especially in a time when we see the type of crimes happening. I think it's important that that was fitted. And I know, and I think if I remember well, I don't know that that was in the initial plans. But I know when it was brought up, Prime Minister, yes, it was going to happen, and they found a way to put it in the plan. So I want to encourage everybody to make the most of it, and I pray that this police station serves the people of Gros very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. It's still my dream one day to be in charge of Gros. After all, that is the constituency that gave me birth. Before I call on the next speaker, here are some historical contributions of the Gros Police. 1. Supported the growth of Rodney Bay. As hotels, marinas, and nightlife expanded, officers helped maintain safety in an area that quickly became one of the island's busiest zones. 2. Protected the Friday night street party. The iconic Gros jumper became a major cultural attraction. Officers were central to keeping the event safe, friendly, and welcoming for locals and visitors. 3. Maritime and coastal support. With the marina nearby, Gros police often assisted with boating incidents, lost tourists, and waterfront safety. And last but not least, youth engagement. Officers frequently visit schools, supported youth sports, and built relationships that helped prevent crime before it started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the Gros Police a round of applause. The next speaker holds a bachelor's in criminal justice. He has a master's of science from the University of West Indies Mona campus. National Security and Strategic Studies, Project Management from the UWI, 27 years service. He is a former officer in charge of the Gros Police Station. And mind you, would you imagine, in 2016, he was the youngest superintendent in the entire Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, a no-nonsense crime fighter, I invite to the podium Mr. Ronald Phillip, Deputy Commissioner of Police.
Master of Ceremonies, with your permission, I would like to adopt that protocol that has so been ably established. Notwithstanding, I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency, Mr. Felix Finisterre, Deputy to the Governor General of St. Lucia, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Justice, National Security, Constituency Development, and People Empowerment. I'd also want to recognize the presence of the other ministers, parliamentarians, members of the diplomatic corps, government officials, public sector workers, residents of Gros. I can residents of Gros. I can see some of you in our midst. Good morning. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to deliver brief remarks at this opening ceremony on behalf of the Commissioner of Police of the Gros Police Divisional Headquarters. But it would be unfair, because I need to reminisce now about my days in Gros. In 2015-2016, I had the honor of serving as the officer in charge of Gros Police Station. I vividly recall the conditions under which we operated. If a member of the public or anyone at all needed to speak with me privately, Sharon Ephraim, I literally had to walk them outside the station to an area near the fence to ensure some degree of confidentiality. My office was separated from the police living barracks by half-inch plywood, so conversations in either space could have been heard clearly. The discomfort and agitation were real and constant at every level. Yet, even in those circumstances, we were expected to remain motivated and to keep the men and women under our command motivated. My hopes were lifted when the then Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony, after I explained to him Gros was the economic frontier of St. Lucia, and I used all fancy language, he recognized that the conditions were inhumane and that Gros deserved a brand new police station at this very site. I was privileged then, 2016, to witness and contribute to the architectural drawings and designs. A commitment was made. Works were to begin. Unfortunately, the rest is history. That promise did not materialize at the time. Fast forward to 2026, 9 years later, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force was still blessed with the hardest working Prime Minister in the region. And 9 years later, we stand in this new and improved Gros Police Divisional Headquarters. I wish to applaud the Honorable Prime Minister for not only recognizing the challenges faced by police officers, but also understanding the hardship endured by the people of Gros who have long had to navigate the absence of a proper facility to serve them. This newly commissioned headquarters stands as a tangible commitment to the people of Gros and its environs that the Royal St. Lucia Police Force is serious about strengthening the security architecture of this policing division. It signals progress, it signals respect, and it signals a renewed dedication to service. To the existing officers who will serve as custodians of this facility, I am aware that Gros Police Station has received 25% of our newly trained officers to augment its capacity. This is your opportunity not only to begin anew, but also to serve as mentors and role models to these young officers. The culture you establish here will shape their careers and, by extension, the future of policing in this division. Do not see the station as merely another multi-million-dollar capital project. See it as a chance to build a new standard of excellence. You have been entrusted with one of the most modern stations in the English-speaking Caribbean. I challenge you to make it a flagship of professionalism, a model of community policing, and a station known for being inclusive, approachable, and responsive to the needs of the community. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police, the Executive, and the rank and file of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, I place on record our profound gratitude to the government of St. Lucia for its continued support and investment in strengthening our national security framework. While this may be viewed as a capital project, I assure you that it is far more than bricks and mortar. This facility will significantly boost the morale of our officers, providing an environment that is conducive to productivity, professionalism, and the well-being of both the police officers who serve here and the citizens who depend on these headquarters. May this building not only house operations, but also embody integrity, service, and pride. Happy 47th Independence to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now be mesmerized with a performance by one of the premier uniformed marching bands in the Eastern Caribbean. This band was founded in June 18, 1947, under the direction of Nathaniel Griffith, originally starting with only 6 policemen. They serve as a national musical treasure, performing at state events such as Independence Day parades, Remembrance Day celebrations, community, religious, and school events across the island. Performing Moulala, original composition by Frank Noville and arranged by Mr. Dyson Imbert. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing and irreplaceable Royal St. Lucia Police Band. Oh yes, the greatest band in the world. World, not even Caribbean, the world. Our next speaker is the chairman of NIPRO and its parent company, the National Insurance Corporation. He holds several other directorships in key institutions and is the current chair of the Bank of St. Lucia. He has a long and distinguished history of public service going back to 1994, where he was the executive director of the National Development Corporation, now Invest St. Lucia. He is a former independent senator and deputy president of the Senate. He also served for 3 years as a commissioner on the Regional and Judicial Legal Services Commission of the Caribbean Court of Justice, CCJ. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the podium Mr. Evaristus Jamare.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to accept the protocol that has already been established. However, I would like to recognize His Excellency, Mr. Felix Fenissier, the Deputy to the Governor General, my Board of Directors at NIPRO, the Cabinet of Ministers, and the Honorable Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre. The completion of the construction of the Gros Police Divisional Headquarters must be a source of immense satisfaction for District Representative Honorable Kenson Cassidy, and of course the Prime Minister, who commissioned this project during his first term, having seen the deplorable conditions policemen and women had to endure. Of course, it must also be a source of relief for these law enforcers, and hope it will enhance their effectiveness during the course of their duties. The construction of the project has been successful in many ways. Notwithstanding the challenges of supply chain issues, heavy, prolonged rainfall during the hurricane season, labor and material shortages occasioned by a construction boom, this project remained within the contractual budget cost of $45,858,999.56. Almost 100 workers were directly employed under this project. This was made possible by the contractor, RF Construction, who was dedicated to having this project finished within budget. And there was the NIPRO team, headed by CEO Roston Taylor, who kept close tabs on the project. On behalf of the staff and management of NIPRO, I want to thank the contractors, RNF Construction, who handled the construction of the administrative block, and Rainy Construction, the accommodation section. With the furniture and fittings now in place, the policemen and women are expected to occupy the premises fairly soon. During the construction phase of the project, there was one variation. And Minister, I would answer your question, which you raised earlier. The addition of a facility to house a gun range on the premises costing $364,286. The outfitting of the gun range will take place later, and not too long from now. This project, done under a bold agreement between the government of St. Lucia and NIPRO, a fully owned subsidiary of the National Insurance Corporation, the source of the funding for the board, is a clear demonstration of NIC's commitment to the social and economic development of St. Lucia. The NIC stands ready to play its part in nation building by providing not only social protection, but the financing of St. Lucia's social infrastructure through NIPRO. The commencement of our next project is a Viewford Administrative Complex, which will be a boat agreement between NIPRO and the government of St. Lucia. Let me thank all those who played their part in making this project possible. This has been a collective effort that has produced a successful end. As a national institution, we continue to look forward to being of service to the government and people of St. Lucia. As you tour this facility later, you will have an even better appreciation of the quality and volume of work done. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jamari. Our next speaker needs no introduction. However, is worthy of many. His 2025 victory broke a 24-year cycle in St. Lucia, where incumbent governments were consistently voted out after a single term. He has held the Castries East seat since 1997. His government recently focused on economic relief through one-time payments to pensioners and the advancement of the St. Jude Hospital commissioning project. His government is on record of having invested the most financially into law enforcement than any other previous administration. Ladies and gentlemen, the enigma, the principled, a leviathan among mortal men, our decisive leader, Minister of Justice and National Security, Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre.
He forgot to say, I'm alive. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me recognize His Excellency Mr. Felix Finister, Deputy to the Governor General, Cabinet colleagues, Attorney General, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Parliamentary Representative for Gros, members of the Police High Command, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, Permanent Secretaries, members of the NIPRO Board, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. If I tell you that I'm not happy this morning, I'll not be speaking the truth. So you must give me some latitude to say a few things, because I have a lot to say. And considering the fact that I don't have to speak now for my supper, because my supper was given to me on the 1st of December, I will say a few words really from the bottom of my heart. I was part of a government in 2016 when we decided that the Gros police needed to work in better conditions. That was in 2016. NIPRO was approached, and we started the design, as the DCP told you, of the new police station in Gros. In 2017, the people of St. Lucia in 2016 did what they did every 5 years, except this 5 years. What they did is they changed the government. And from 2016 to 2021, there was always talk about the Gros police station. Talk. They would have gone in some building that was purchased. They would have repaired the old Scout headquarters. Talk. A lot of talk about the Gros police. And some policemen were very patient, and most of them were very patient. Some of them even defended that talk. Talk about the Gros police station. In 2021, the people of St. Lucia did what they did. and I was made Minister of National Security. I went to the cabinet and I said to them that from 2016, the police and the people of Gros have been speaking about a new police station. So we decided that you would make a tour of the police station where they operated from. And again, the naysayers was talk, the naysayers, as usual. And I did something there that I always remember. I said to the police, I apologize on behalf of the government for having you working in these conditions. I made this public pronouncement, and I meant it. Because, you know, people must understand that politicians, some of us have a conscience. And not everything we say is bluff and fluff. Even though some of us say it very well, but still bluff and fluff. I decided that we would work on causing the police in Gros to have better working conditions. And I called NIPRO and I said, can you fund a police station for us? Because this Prime Minister doesn't instruct. He asks questions and he tries to get to consensus so that everyone can be on board. He doesn't use the power of the pulpit, and sometimes that may be misinterpreted for weakness, or may even be misinterpreted. People believe that they can fool me. But my greatest strength is believing that I've been fooled. And some people learn that in a serious way. We called NIPRO and we said to them, can you fund the police station? And they went through the process. And they came back and said, yes, we can. There were some plans available. And I want to make it clear that the people involved in that were only St. Lucians. The architect was a St. Lucian. The electrical engineer was a St. Lucian, and we met him there. The architect was a St. Lucian. The electrical engineer was a St. Lucian. And the contractors were all St. Lucians. But the rumor mill was running that a minister working for a Trinidadian company was building the Gros police headquarters. That was never true. It was always St. Lucians who were working on the Gros police station. And bear with me, because you know sometimes it's very important that we recall the history. Because some of us like to be convenient where the history is concerned. But it's very important that we listen to the history and understand really where we are in this country and how we got where we got. So the contractors, then a tender went out. A tender. There was no direct award. A tender went out, and the contractors were chosen through tender. Then construction began. We came here in 2025. I think it was November 2025, on a site visit to see where we were going. And of course, the naysayers is the habit of going to unfinished buildings, and that will never finish, and that is bluff, election bluff. That will not happen. We visited and we said that we would deliver to the people of Gros and the people of St. Lucia the most modern police headquarters in the region. And the naysayers is bluff, it's the habit of looking at unfinished buildings, etc. But we persevered, and this morning I'm pleased, and I'm very pleased, and the cabinet is very pleased to tell you that we have delivered to the people of St. Lucia and Gros a $35 million project built by St. Lucians, for St. Lucians, and for members of the police force. And I can proudly say this government has made the most investment in the police than any possible government. I can say that without any fear of contradiction. And that comes from a history of the government's investment in the police. It was this government that built the Marshall Police Station. It was this government that built the Dennery police stations. It was this government that started the Babonneau police station. It was also this government that started the fire stations in Miku, the fire stations in the fire station in Canaries, I think, yeah? This is this government. So this government's history of investment in the police and in national security is clear. It's this government that gave the police the best set of incentives, allowances, salary, equipment, vehicles, and as we speak, we've just spent $3.9 million on the Vieux-Fort Police Headquarters. We spent $4.5 million on the custody suites. And every policeman will tell you that when they arrested somebody, there was no place to put them. They used to bring them for a lime and drop them. And any policeman who can say this is not true, raise their hands. We built the custody suites. We built the Vieux-Fort. We repaired the Vieux-Fort Divisional headquarters. We relocated the Anseray Police Headquarters. We spent $162,000 on the Canaries Police Station. And as we speak, we are building radar facilities at Moulachik in Vieux-Fort, costing nearly $500,000. And we are in the process, and I will not say when, of considering the construction of new police headquarters in Castries. This is our history, and a history the government is proud of. This is our history of how we have dealt with the police. We have given the police most vehicles, jet skis. We're in the process of speaking about buying a boat. We have given them bulletproof vests, hoping that every police will have a bulletproof vest, every policeman. These, which cost over $3 million. Up to today, this morning, we are going to be paying $952,000 to a supplier for bulletproof vests. And these are facts that can be checked. I never said my brothers and sisters. It's because of our commitment to law and order. And sometimes the truth is very difficult to hear. But fact is, we are living in very different times. What the police face now is very different from what they faced a few years ago. Only yesterday, there's an incident that the police before knew nothing about it. But of course, someone will get the blame, even if there was absolutely no knowledge of what was happening or what happened. But as usual, the doubting Thomases will want to blame somebody. So we're in a completely different national security environment, completely different. And the police have to be equipped. The police have to have the necessary training to deal with what we are dealing with. But most of all, the police must take themselves and their job seriously. That is very important. And I can also see that this Prime Minister, this Minister of National Security, has interfered the least in the operations of the police in St. Lucia. I say that without any fear or favor. I have interfered the least. That may be good or that may be bad. But I have interfered the least because I believe and I have the confidence that when a man or a woman decides to be a police or policewoman, they should have a certain level of integrity. They should have a certain level of belief and confidence in themselves, and they should have a certain level of love for St. Lucia and put aside their political affiliations and work for the people of St. Lucia in the pursuit of law and order. And any policeman who believes that his political affiliation can be brought into the police force and create a situation of disunity or a situation of victimization or a situation where people are made uncomfortable, their place is not in the police force. They must go and work somewhere else. Where they should go is run an election like him. So I make no apologies for the money that the government has spent on the police. We make no apologies for that. I believe that we could spend some more if we can. I also believe that the police have to show a certain level of responsibility to the people of St. Lucia and allegiance to the people. Because crime, when we have a safer St. Lucia, our motto is to make St. Lucia the best place to live and work in the region. When we have a St. Lucia in that way, the Prime Minister is not the one who benefits. I've always said, and some people have learned the hard way, I will not, that this job is a temporary job. It's a very temporary job. And I understand that this temporary job will end at some point. But the St. Lucia remains. And the people of St. Lucia have to get the service that the tax pays for. And when the police perform their duties, they are doing it for the people of the country. And that is why we give them the best conditions within the fiscal reality of the country. So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the police who worked under these circumstances. I want to tell them that my job is to give them the resources to do their job. I want nobody to play my politics on me. I can do that well enough. I've done that 7 times successfully. So I don't need anybody to play my politics on me. I don't need that. I don't want any policeman to play my politics on me. I want the police to do their duty. That's all I want from them. To do their duty without fear or favor, and do not use their political affiliations to create issues for people that they believe do not support them. That's all I ask. That is all I ask. Just do your job. That's all I ask. Because your job is a very important job. I want to thank the members of NIPRO, the chairman of NIPRO. The chairman of NIPRO is my friend, but he doesn't deal with me as a friend when it comes to these businesses. I can tell you that. I have to report, I have to make sure that everything is fine. He takes no prisoners. He doesn't help me at all. I said publicly. Both as chairman of NIPRO, don't ask for the bank. I don't have an account there. So I want to thank him. I want to thank the members of NIPRO board. I want to thank Mr. Taylor, who is the general manager, the CEO, and Mr. Arnold, who was there before him, the members of the board, the staff of NIPRO, and the people who worked, the workers who worked on this project. I'm very proud to tell you that St. Lucians have created this masterpiece of a design. St. Lucians, give them a round of applause, please. And when you go in there, you will see class, you will see finishing, you will see a structure and environment that is fit for the men and women who protect us. They deserve every inch of building, and they deserve every cent that has been spent on them. And I'm very proud that St. Lucians did it. St. Lucians did it. It shows we have the talent, we have the capability. All what we need is the exposure and sometimes the discipline. That is all we need to take St. Lucia to the next level. So I want to wish you a very happy independence, the 47th independence anniversary. I want to wish you all the best. I want to tell you, you can celebrate. You can celebrate. St. Lucia is beautiful, and we better than most of them. So let us enjoy. And don't, There's a deliberate attempt sometimes to put a damp of despair on this country. Deliberate. It's a deliberate attempt. But do not let yourself be carried away with that attempt to create despair and damper in this country by selfish people. It's deliberate. This country is not perfect. Not perfect. There's never been a perfect country in the world. There will never be a perfect country in the world. But I can tell you something. We are moving forward. We are moving forward together, and we are going to reach the goal of making our country the best place to live and work in the region. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. For the vote of thanks, I invite to the podium the Project Services Manager of NIPRO, Ms. Ginger Biru.
Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable members. Allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been established. On behalf of the NIPRO Insurance Property and Management Company Limited, NIPRO, it is with profound pride and deep honor that I deliver the vote of thanks on this landmark and prestigious milestone for the Gros Police Divisional Headquarters. Today represents the successful accumulation of careful planning, teamwork, and commitment to a shared national objective, the delivery of a modern, functional facility designed to support effective policing and public safety in the north of the island, and of course, St. Lucia on a whole. We express sincere appreciation to the government of St. Lucia for the vision and policy direction that enabled this project. Special thanks are extended to the Honorable Minister with responsibility for national security and cabinet colleagues for their guidance, support, and the confidence placed in NIPRO to deliver this important national asset. To the Commissioner of Police and the officers of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, thank you for your invaluable input throughout the design and construction process. Your operational insight, helpfulness, shaped a facility that is practical, efficient, and fit for purpose. It is our hope that this headquarters enhance your day-to-day operations and serves you well to execute your daily duties. And now, I would like to acknowledge the consultants and construction team. First, the architects, 3X Architecture. I would like you to stand. Peebles Consulting Limited, engineers on the project. Come on, Michelle Mai. John C. Francis Consultants as MEPs. Thank you. And contractors, RNF Construction and Rene's Construction. Thank you all. And also the NIPRO project team, and of course, our clerks of works. All of you exerted professionalism throughout and dedication to ensure the successful delivery of this project. Despite challenges along the way, your collaboration and commitment to quality made this achievement possible. We are grateful as well to the Gros community and stakeholders for their patience and cooperation during construction. Now, no celebration of this magnitude would be complete without the talent that enriched today's proceedings. We extend a special and heartfelt thank you to our guest performers, Ms. Tatiana Clovis and the Royal St. Lucia Police Band. You have added a vibrant and memorable layer to this historic occasion. Furthermore, I thank our distinguished guests, including our regional and international partners, for being part of this important occasion. Your presence reflects the collective responsibility we share in supporting initiatives that strengthen our national institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of NIPRO and the project team, thank you. May this new headquarters serve the Royal St. Lucia Police Force and the people of St. Lucia with distinction for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Biru. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now have the ribbon cutting and unveiling of the plaque. I invite our Excellency, Mr. Felix Finisterre, Honorable Philippe J. Pierre, Honorable Kenson Kazmi, Honorable Jeremiah Norbert, and Mr. Evarista Jamari. You shall be escorted to the said location. Following the ribbon cutting and unveiling of the plaque, ladies and gentlemen, we shall have a tour of the facility. However, I wish to inform you that due to the sensitive and security nature of the facility, only the following individuals or group of persons shall be allowed in for the tour. And that will be His Excellency, Mr. Felix Finisterre, Cabinet of Ministers, the police, and the board of NIPRO. The rest of you, amazing individuals, I invite you to share in some amazing, delicious, and healthy refreshments to my left. So whilst the tour is going on, you could mingle there and enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much for being a part of history. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Guy Ellis headed to Bridge Street in Castries with a pocket full of job applications. His first stop was at the Voice Publishing Company Limited.
And I walked into the Voice.
El Nino is about to make a return, and it will make a return in the upcoming hurricane season. Thank you for joining me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. It is Thursday, February 19th, 2026. One sign we're starting to see El Nino developing, and what we'll watch out for over the next couple months, will be significant warming in the eastern Pacific. If you get a lot of warming in one area, that changes what happens across the globe, and that's the pattern. The warm water is that signal in the eastern Pacific that we're going to enter into El Nino conditions. I want to show you what it means and what it doesn't mean for the upcoming hurricane season. Now, La Nina, it's this blue shading here. The red shading is El Nino. I know these are different maps, different charts. This here is going out in time. Bottom of your screen are the months. So this here, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, as we get into the upcoming hurricane season. The red, the probability of an El Nino, you see how it just goes up as we work our way into the hurricane season. So what does El Nino mean with the hurricane season? Well, let's jump back. Let's start with La Nina. La Nina typically means less wind shear in more hurricanes, right? A La Nina pattern, if you hear that, typically that means we're going to have a lot of action out there. El Nino, on the flip side, means more wind shear and typically less hurricanes. But that is not necessarily the case, and we just saw that. Now, with El Nino, what is good though, I always like to try to find some good news, especially as we work our way into the hurricane season. It does mean more wind shear, and that can rip apart developing tropical storms and hurricanes. So I don't want to diminish that. That would, of course, no doubt be good news. And you know me, on this channel, we do not root for hurricanes. Wind shear would be winds kind of coming in the opposite direction of the developing hurricanes. As the hurricanes build up, the winds come across and just kind of knock off the tops so they wouldn't develop. So wind shear could really rip apart a developing system or a system that has already formed. That is good news. And that's why in an El Nino period that we're about to go into, it could mean less hurricanes. But the problem is that's just not always the case, and we have seen that. So El Nino will be returning. It typically lasts 9 to 12 months. An El Nino cycle is typically shorter than a La Nina cycle. La Nina is a little bit longer. El Nino, again, less named storms, but it doesn't mean necessarily that quiet season. And we've had a sample of this very, very recently. Back in 2023, the hurricane season, it was during an El Nino where you typically say, hey, there's going to be less hurricanes, right? But that wasn't the case. There was 20 named storms. It was running well above average despite strong El Nino conditions. So I wanted to put that out there because there's going to be a lot of chatter about El Nino coming. Yes, that could be good, but we're just not sure as a whole, right? And that's why I'm here. That's why I do this channel. That's why you're subscribed to this channel, because El Nino...
My name is Jade Brown. I'm the communications specialist attached to SLUHC. Right now, we will have the national anthem of St. Lucia. Please stand. And for that, we'd like to welcome the St. Lucia National Combined Schools Choir. My name is Jade Brown. I'm the communications specialist attached to SLUHC. Right now, we will have the national anthem of St. Lucia. Please stand. Schools Choir. Thank you so much to the students of the National Combined Schools Choir, of course directed by Mr. Robert Rennie. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have your seat. Mr. Rennie, I think that we can challenge everyone in the audience and those of you watching online and on our Facebook and YouTube pages that you must learn, or they should learn, the national anthem of St. Lucia in Creole by Journée Creole. Can we agree? That's a challenge. Okay, guys, thank you so much for being here once again. Okay, so we are going to start with prayers. Impromptu, I'm going to call on a member of our UHC team to lead us in prayer. Archbishop, would you like to lead us in prayer?
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for St. Lucia. We thank you for the health department. We thank you for this great initiative of seeking to bring health to every human person in our country. We ask you to bless this day, this initiative, and this opportunity that you give each of us to live in. We thank you for our health department and all of us gathered here today to be enlightened by what is to be delivered today, so that we may better understand what is in store for our country and for our people. And so we ask you to bless our proceedings in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Justice and National Security, Constituency Development and People Empowerment, Honorable Philip J. Pierre. Minister for Physical Development, he's not here at the moment. So we move down to Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Honorable Shanda Harak Singh. Minister of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, Honorable Moses Shabatis. We'd like to also welcome President of the Senate, Honorable Alvina Reynolds, Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Climate Change, Honorable Lisa Jawahir. All of our independent senators, Senator Amber Charles, Senator Matunia D. Tuville, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, Ms. Jenny Daniel, Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, Mr. Ernest Nobal, Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Sharon Belmar George, Director of SLUHC, Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford, Heads of Department in the Ministry of Health, CEO of JIPA, Dr. Kester Ned and staff, CEO of Millennium Heights Medical Complex, Dr. Damian Greaves and staff of the St. Jude Hospital, of course, with the CEO of St. Jude Hospital, Ms. Lydia Atkins, representatives from various government departments and statutory bodies, representatives from insurance companies, chairman of the board of NIC, deputy director of NIC, heads of churches, representatives from UHC service providers, representatives from health support groups, representatives from civil society organizations and various associations, representatives from JIPA, president of National Council for Transportation, and President of Vendors Association, Mr. Peter Isaac, as well as staff of the Ministry of Health, members of the media. And I don't think we said a special welcome to the members of SLUHC, the staff of SLUHC. Good morning to you all. Okay. Now, as we commence our program, I would like to call on a team member. He is the project officer for SLUHC, Mr. Josue Prevalus.
I would like to adopt the protocol that has already established. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with immense joy and excitement that I welcome you all to this special occasion, the launch of our new name, logo, and website. Today marks a significant milestone for us, one that represents not just a change in our visual identity, but a transformation in how we connect with our communities, our clients, and each other. This new name and logo reflect the government's values, mission, and vision for healthcare reform in St. Lucia. They encapsulate what we stand for and where we are headed. As we unveil our new identity, we invite you to embark on this journey with us. We hope that our new name resonates with you and reflects the passion and dedication we pour into every aspect of our work. The logo you will see today is more than just a design. It is a symbol of our commitment to quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare to all St. Lucians. I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to everyone who contributed to what we are about to witness today, especially Mr. Desmond Etienne, our UHC name and logo winner, who unfortunately passed away due to cancer. May I please ask that we all stand in 1 minute of silence in his honor. Thank you. You may have your seat. Mr. Etienne did not allow his illness to shy away his talent. So without further ado, let us celebrate this exciting new chapter together. I encourage you all to engage with our new brand and be part of this journey as we continue to grow and evolve. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Prevost, for delivering those welcome remarks. At this point, we'd like to call on Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford, Director, St. Lucia Universal Health Coverage.
I would like to adopt the protocol that is already established and bid everyone a pleasant good morning. I would also like to pay special recognition to the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Justice, Constituency Development and People Empowerment, Honorable Philippe G. Pierre, the Minister for Health, Wellness and Nutrition, Honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, Ms. Jenny Daniel, and the CEO of Joint Independent Providers Association, or JIPA, Dr. Kestened and his team. It is with great honor and a deep sense of purpose that today we are launching the Universal Health Coverage name, logo, and website. This occasion is more than a visual unveiling. It is a declaration of intent, a reaffirmation of values, and renewed commitment to health and well-being of every St. Lucian. Universal health coverage means that everyone, regardless of the income, the location, the age, or status, can access quality health services they need when and where they need it without suffering financial hardship. It is rooted in equity, in dignity, and social justice. It places people at the center of our healthcare systems. The name and logo today is a powerful symbol of that aspiration. Its design reflects our core values, which is we have inclusiveness, solidarity, protection, and shared responsibility. It reminds us all that health is not a privilege for the few, but a fundamental right for all. This name and logo will serve as a unifying mark, one that connects policies to our people. Accessing the clinics out of 1,540 tests PSA tests were done. 343 had transrectal ultrasounds and 25 had biopsies. We launched statewide prevention and treatment February last year. From the date to about 3 weeks ago, we had 7 by victims have been reported and certificated. Unfortunately, one passed away. Our breast cancer screening services was launched in July of 2025. From the launch date to December of last year, we have 541 women accessing our breast cancer screening services. 515 got mammograms and 47 had follow-up scans. Under the performance-based financing pilot project that we ran for a period of time, conducted at 17 rural wellness centers, we had a large number of persons coming for hypertension and diabetes labs and medication. The staff who care for these patients continue to train to provide services with essential package of health services in a phased manner. These quality and monitoring services span across the health spectrum of promotion, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and care. We have a brand now. What does the brand say about our local identity? Well, we must take good health for all, and that most of us know unless you're not a St. Lucia. The colors we have, it's the blend of our St. Lucia flag. The landscape, we have majestic peaks, as you can see, is the most dominant visual representation of St. Lucia, used as the key marker for nations and people. The sun rising behind the petals, representing the dawn of a new system and the growth of the existing structure of the nation's healthcare initiatives. The shield at the bottom part of the heart represents protection and care for the nation's population. The cross is used as the preferred representation of medicine, but it also symbolizes St. Lucia's ties to Christianity. The echocardiogram line, or the ECG line, represents a steady, healthy heartbeat. It symbolizes the goal of universal health coverage to help every citizen live a healthy life. And SLUC, which is the acronym, we know it means St. Lucia Universal Health Coverage. However, we are very much aware that symbols only gain meaning through action. This name and logo should inspire us to strengthen our healthcare systems, invest wisely, collaborate across sectors, and remain steadfast in our commitment to leave no one behind. Today, we also launch our UHC website. The website will play a vital role in advancing global health equity and accessibility. Its importance can be understood across several areas, from public education to data transparency and policy coordination. Thank you, Minister, for joining us. It will also serve as a centralized information hub, which serves as a credible source of information about health services, coverage policies, and eligibility criteria. Promote health equity, which we can educate all our citizens on their rights to healthcare. Transparency and accountability in healthcare financing, spending, and outcomes. All stakeholders, such as donors, researchers, and citizens, can monitor progress of UHC. It also provides digital access, where online insurance verification, appointment scheduling, telelinks, and service directories for healthcare providers, the mapping, can be found. Policy coordination as well, and global collaboration for policy makers. UHC can act as a collaborative, the UHC website can act as a collaborative platform, indeed, to share policies, best practices, and progress reports on UHC. And lastly, by no means least, raising public awareness. The website would be able to do that, where citizens can be informed of preventive care, insurance enrollment periods, emergency health alerts, contributing to healthier societies. So to our partners and stakeholders from all levels, from the Cabinet of Ministers to the common man on ground, thank you for your continued dedication towards attaining UHC. I also want to say thank you as well to our strategic management team. We took the Winging In logo and we made changes to it to ensure that we have what you're seeing right there. I also want to say thanks to all our healthcare workers, especially primary healthcare. You are the backbone of this vision. To attain universal health coverage, you need to go through primary health care. And to St. Lucia, this name, this logo, and this website belongs to you. It represents your right to health and well-being. And as we officially launch the universal health coverage name, logo, and website today, let us reaffirm our resolve to turn this vision into reality together. Thank you and congratulations to all.
Thank you, Dr. Eugene. And I'm sure everybody in this room is familiar with her. They know that she's worked so hard for this as well. So if we could give her a round of applause as well. Fantastic. And when we launched our maternal and child health services in 2022, there was a Calypsonian, a very lovely Calypsonian, who put together this song for UHC. And we've invited her here today. In fact, we have a song and a jingle, but our song comes first, and she will be performing for us. So please put your hands together for Ready. Good morning.
Écoutez, tout le monde, là ni monde qui passe à payer pour joindre service à l'hôpital, mais à sous la tête budget, ça c'est pour tout bien et mal. Assurer une transformation système santé. Moun malade qui joindre tout service yon mérité. The care we'll receive is comprehensive as long as we live. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Such a universal ready, whether you don't or have the means, all people have access indeed to quality health services they need.
Such a universal ready,
but the have and have not wins. When you sick you can see a doctor. The priority is not the dollar, cause a healthy nation is a wealthy nation, and a healthy nation is its obligation. So pueche universal efkaize, pueche universal efkaize, ah universal efkaize. Nous caille pousser pour même traitement, pour tout qui malade et brisé. Les poches nous passent à faire paiement, programme UHC caille couvert. Ça te passe à un point village, mais y'a toi. Même si vous chévez ou la pauvre ou n'est quoi. Mais au malade chez lui, stress ou passe à nuit, l'hôpital vini.
It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Such a universal ready,
whether you don't or have the means, all people have access indeed to quality health services they need.
Such a universal ready,
both the have and have not wins. When you sick you can see a doctor. The priority is not the dollar, cause a healthy nation is a wealthy nation, and a healthy nation is its obligation. So pueche
universal efkaize,
pueche
universal efkaize,
ah universal efkaize. nous savons plus meilleur. Parce que Jerry's l'obligé. Pour vous, mais malade, top cliché. Si malade, là, nous a péché. Hey, hey, hey. À nous servir santé à tout le monde. Non, mec, femme, je n'ai rien, en fait, tout le monde. Qui ou genouillé, on participer, on paye pour santé.
It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Such a universal remedy.
Whether you don't or have the means, all people have access indeed to quality health services they need.
Such a universal remedy.
What we have and have not wins. When you're sick, you can see a doctor. The priority is not the dollar. Cause a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. And a healthy nation makes its obligation. So question
Universal health care.
Universal health care. Our universal health care. Congratulations, Alicia. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, ready. I know some of you must be saying, may say them UHC people have a lot of zafe. We do, because it's a big deal. Bon sauté pour tout. Okay, so right now, I know that you have seen, well, you know the name SLUHC and the tagline Bon sauté pour tout, and you've seen our beautiful logo. Do you love the logo? Wonderful. But right now, we're going to have the unveiling of the website. And for that, we'd like to call on another team member. Her name is Mrs. Patrice Lewis James. She is the Monitoring and Evaluation Officer for SLUHC. Please put your hands together.
Thank you, Jane. I would like to adopt the protocol that has already been established. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, stakeholders, and members of the public. Today, we are not simply launching a website. We are launching a digital gateway to St. Lucia's universal health coverage journey. SLUHC.com represents transparency. It represents access, and most importantly, it represents people, our people. Universal health coverage is about ensuring that every person in St. Lucia can access health services they need without financial hardship. However, a reform of this scale must be understood, it must be trusted, and shaped by the people it is designed to serve. That is exactly why this platform matters. SLUHC.com has been designed to serve three core purposes. First, information. The website provides clear, accessible explanations of what UHC is, how the proposed financing model will work, what benefits are envisioned, and how contributions and protections are structured. Reform can often feel technical. This platform makes it understandable and accessible to every St. Lucian. Second, engagement. UHC is not something that happens behind closed doors. Through this platform, stakeholders can stay updated on consultations, review documents, access FAQs, and follow the progress of legislative and operational development. It is a living platform that will evolve as the system evolves. Third, accountability. Public reform requires public confidence. SLUHC.com creates permanent digital record of milestones, decisions, and commitments. It ensures that information is shared openly and transparently. So at this stage, I would like to welcome Prime Minister Honorable Philippe J. Pierre, Honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste, Ms. Jenny Daniel, Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford, and Dr. Sharon Belmar George to join us on your left to view the unveiling of the website. let me briefly walk you through the site. On our homepage, you will see a clear overview of what universal health coverage means for St. Lucia, along with updates and announcements. Through the main menu, you can explore About UHC, where the policy framework and financing structure are explained. Resources, where key documents and presentations are available. As well as news, where stakeholders can follow consultations and upcoming activities. There is also a section dedicated to tracking the implementation journey so the public can see progress in real time. Everything is designed to be simple, intuitive, and transparent. In terms of what's coming next, importantly, this is only phase one of our website, not the UHC. As the UHC financing system rolls out, sluhc.com will transition from an information platform to an interactive service portal. Future features will include online registration for individuals and employers, a secure enrollment interface linked to the National UHC Registry, a searchable provider database so citizens can identify participating health providers, updates on benefit packages and contribution categories, digital notices and system alerts as key milestones are achieved. In time, this platform will become the central digital hub of UHC ecosystem, connecting citizens, providers, employers, and the UHC authority in one unified framework. Thank you. You can have your seat now. I would also like to mention our social media and digital outreach segment. To further strengthen public engagement, SLUHC will also maintain active social media platforms that amplify website content, share announcements, highlight key milestones, and provide simplified public education material. These platforms will allow us to reach people where they are, encourage dialogue, and ensure that updates are accessible in real time. The website will serve as the official source of record, while social media will extend its reach across communities and generations. This website signals something important about how St. Lucia approaches reform. We are not only building a health financing system, but a modern, data-driven, digitally accessible public institution. Technology will be foundational to register, manage, monitor, and continuously improve the system. As we officially launch sluhc.com, I invite every citizen, provider, employer, stakeholder, and partner to use it, read it, ask questions, engage, follow our platforms, and stay informed. Universal health coverage belongs to all of us, and through this platform, the journey becomes more open, more accessible, and more participatory. Thank you, and I invite you to explore sluhc.com.
Thank you, Patrice. At this point, we'd like to call on the Permanent Secretary within the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, Ms. Jenny Daniel.
Thank you, Mistress of Ceremony. May I adopt the protocol which has been established this morning, and at the same time to recognize Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, and Honorable Moses Jabatis, Minister for Health, Wellness and Nutrition, President of the Senate, Honorable Alvina Reynolds, as well as all our cabinet members who have joined us here, Cabinet of Ministers here this morning. Also to welcome our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Sharon Belma George, and our Director of Universal Health Coverage within the Ministry of Health, Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I wish everyone good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to join you today for the official launch of the Universal Health Coverage logo and website, an important milestone in our national journey towards equitable, accessible, and high-quality healthcare for every citizen and resident of St. Lucia. Universal health coverage is more than a policy direction. It is a national commitment. It represents our shared belief that no individual should face financial hardship or barriers when seeking essential health services. Today's launch symbolizes the strengthening of that commitment and reflects years of collaboration, planning, and dedication by government, health professionals, development partners, and the wider public. And at this time, I really want to thank all the partners and agencies who have joined us on this journey as we have progressed towards the launching of the logo and website today. I want to particularly thank the members of the Ministry of Health Strategic Management team, which of course Dr. Eugene Ford is a member, and to really thank them for their tenacity, all those days of those presentations, the arguments, the discussions, which have resulted in a very beautiful logo. And, really it shows what teamwork can produce when, we work together in such a manner. Now, I find we are a bit quiet, so I will just ask that we all give a round of applause, right, in recognition of that work that was done. Thank you very much. The introduction of the St. Lucia SLHUH UC logo gives a clear and recognizable identity to this transformative initiative. It serves as a visible reminder that healthcare access is not a privilege for a few, but rather a right for all. The website, on the other hand, is a practical tool. It is designed to provide accurate information, updates, resources, and access services, how systems are improving, and how they themselves play a role in maintaining healthier communities. The platform that we launched today will therefore function not only as an information hub, but also as a bridge connecting policy, services, and the people we serve. I take this opportunity to commend the technical teams, the communication specialists, and partner agencies whose hard work has made this milestone possible. I want to also thank, of course, in a major way, the Cabinet of Ministers, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Ministers, for the contribution along this step, along the journey, in terms of the engagement, the presentations that were made to Cabinet, the contributions, the feedback, and of course the financing that covers everything. Your dedication demonstrates that meaningful progress occurs when institutions collaborate around a shared national vision. So today I'm very proud to be part of this process here today as we move towards, complete universal coverage. And I thank you today for your patience as we delivered and we continue to deliver the services to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Danielle. Moving swiftly along, we'd like to now call on the Minister of Health, Minister Moses Shabatis, Minister of Health, Wellness, and Nutrition, of course.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. But in a very special way, I wish to recognize Prime Minister Honorable Philip J. Pierre, His Grace Archbishop Malzer. I also wish to recognize Cabinet colleagues, Senior Minister Honorable Stevenson King, also President of the Senate, Honorable Alvina Reynolds, and I must say the former Minister for Health and Wellness in St. Lucia, Honorable Alvina Reynolds, Honorable Dr. Shanda Lee Harak Singh, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, and also a physician who served many years in our public health sector. Honorable Lisa Jawahir, our Minister for Agriculture. I wish to recognize other senators who are here. Let me, in a very special way, recognize the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, Dr. Damian Greaves. And again, Dr. Damian Greaves is a former Minister for Health in St. Lucia. I also want to recognize in a very special way our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Sharon Belma George, who leads the charge at the Ministry of Health. I wish to say again, thanks to Dr. Stephen King, a former Chief Medical Officer, who's here with us. And I see so many other former employees of the Ministry of Health, the physicians, nurses, those who are current, other heads of departments in the Ministry of Health, leaders of organizations. I see many of you here, civil society, the press, the St. Jude team is here with the medical director, Dr. Mooney, and so on. There are so many of you here. I'm very happy to see the students of the Sarfa Lewis Community College, the JIPA team with Dr. Ned, and I want to say thank you to the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Jenny Daniel, who is the captain of the whole ministry. I want to say merci et bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue pour l'occasion ça. I'm very happy to be here today at this juncture with the Universal Health Coverage team led by Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford and her capable team. I'm happy to be here because for me, this is yet another step in our very important journey. As the professionals have said before, we know universal health coverage means access to essential services without catastrophic costs, protecting the vulnerable, protecting vulnerable populations from financial hardship, stronger primary health care, improved referral systems, and community continuity of care, shared national commitment to successful implementation. I often say to the professionals at the ministry that it is always better to simplify things. It's always better to simplify processes. And when we started this journey, my commitment to them was to ensure that we move the process forward. My commitment to our team is to ensure that I take to cabinet the concerns, that I take to cabinet the conditions on which we would move this process forward. In 2021, when we were seeking the confidence of the people of St. Lucia, we said a few things as politicians trying to get into the job. We said that we would not privatize healthcare in St. Lucia. We would give incentives to the private sector to enter the public domain and have formal arrangements with professionals in the private sector, physicians, pharmacists, and so on, to ensure that we have an integrated healthcare system that is based on formal arrangements. We knew that the healthcare system throughout the decades have always tried to integrate private sector physicians and other professionals would assist the public sector. We knew there were informal arrangements and some formal arrangements, but we promised the people of St. Lucia that we would advance the process of causing there to be formal arrangements between private and public. We indicated in 2021 that we would complete the rehabilitation of the St. Jude Hospital. We said we would focus on the OKE hospital to give more resources to the hospital. We said we would make temporary nurses permanent, and we would work on the doctors who've been contracted for many years, and to ensure that they're part of the structure of the formal part of the structure of the ministry. We said we would put more money and focus on non-communicable diseases and so on. In the non-communicable diseases, especially ensuring that the population is more aware and so forth. We said we would focus on tracking data in real time. That was in 2021. And of course, COVID-19, we did promise a number of things to help to cause there to be a situation in St. Lucia where we were managing COVID-19 much better. At the end of 2025, when we looked at our score sheet, we knew that we did not achieve everything, but in almost every single area, we could look at the score sheet and we can quantify and qualify what we did compared to what we promised. And I am not a medical doctor. I'm a school teacher, as I've always said to individuals. I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. I'm a school teacher, a part-time farmer, a theater activist, a poet, a dramatist, and a politician. So for me, it is very simple. You promise some things, you work on them, and you report. You give your report card, and you assess how your work impacted for the past your constituents and your country. We are very confident that what we promised in 2021, we are on the way. We are very confident that in every single area, we did what we had to do. We are very confident that we have given more resources through the Minister for Finance, that the Minister for Finance has given more resources to the health sector than any time in the history of St. Lucia, and the figures are there to demonstrate that. And so in 2025, we said a few other things. We said we would providing opportunities for more exercise, more health education in the population. We said we would discourage the advertising and promotion of unhealthy foods in schools. We said we would focus on laws that would focus on sanitation and the environment. We promised that we would extend the services of universal health coverage. And we said we would integrate modern technology into the universal health coverage system. And we said we would develop through a separate legal entity a financing system to meet the cost of healthcare locally and overseas. We said we would build the fifth finger of the OKEU hospital. We said we would transition fully to the new St. Jude Hospital. We said we would commence work on a new Soufriere Hospital, and we would replace the Viewfort Health Center with a polyclinic. That was in December of last year. I want to say to you that I'm very pleased that in a number of areas we have started work to deliver on those promises to the people of St. Lucia. Today is one step, as I said before. And I want to take this opportunity to say to you that all of these promises, all of the work of the CMO and her team, the dental, pharmacy, nutrition, you name it, all of that work pivots to universal health coverage. Everything we do in the ministry, universal health coverage. And that is why we focus on integration. That is why we focus on the work of the CMO, the work of environmental health, the legal aspect of our work. And that is why we're working very hard to ensure that universal health coverage is an integrated model, that everybody gets involved. And I want to say to you that we are very serious about creating a separate legal entity called the UHC Authority, the Universal Health Coverage Authority. We are very advanced with the draft legislation. We are working with the Attorney General's chambers, many groups in society. We have through the JIPA consultancy, we are working with many groups to ensure that the draft legislation is taken to Cabinet so that Prime Minister and colleagues in Cabinet can analyze the legislation before we take it to Parliament. I want to tell you that we are very serious about strengthening legislation which will deal with sanitation and the environment. The Department of Environmental Health will have a lot of work to do, and all of this, how is that related to UHC? Well, all of this is related to universal health coverage, One Health, in what we see in St. Lucia as One Health. I want to say to you that my job is very simple. I look at my job as a very simple job. Very profound, but very simple. Prime Minister says to me every cabinet meeting, health, 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 our number one priority. Health, health, health. Universal health coverage and everything related to health. I don't want to speak about what happens in cabinet, but just at the last cabinet meeting, we were talking about this business of sanitation and derelict vehicles, and people think they can do anything in this country, just dump things anywhere, like it doesn't affect anybody. Prime Minister will of course tell you the details, but I'm going to tell you that the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition will be very, very serious when Prime Minister gives the order. Very serious about what we do in this country when it comes to sanitation and the environment. So I want to say to you, I want to thank all those who are here today. But in a very special way, I want to take 2 seconds to say to you that we stand on the shoulders of history. There are many individuals, some of whom are alive today. I see some of you in the audience. I see some of you who have worked very hard over the decades on this concept of universal health coverage. Many of you were involved in the start with NIC and Minister Emma Hippolyte and free medication for diabetics and hypertensives and so on. So this is not new. And we want to thank all the pioneers, Dr. King and Dr. St. Rose, and I see so many of you here, the nurses. I see some of you nodding your heads. We have gone through this over and over again. And some of you, during the consultations, you said to me, but Minister, you know, why am I here again? This universal health coverage thing has been going on and on and on. And every time a government comes, it's a different thing, and I'm tired of this. I want to tell you, we are going to put a stop to the tiredness. We will go to Parliament and enact legislation. We are going to ensure that we bring the whole country with us. It's not going to be easy. It's not easy. And Dr. King may not remember this, but many years ago, I remember him saying somewhere, I won't tell you where, he's saying to me and some others that these solutions in health are not easy. So if you start by thinking, oh, that's easy, man, we'll just do this and do that, you're being unrealistic. But what he said to me, and I remember Dr. St. Rose, he may not remember that, and Dr. Jean at some time saying this to me, what you do the best that you can now. Do the best that you can with a goal in mind, a plan, and do the best that you can, because the solutions to the health sector are not easy. So we are taking bold steps knowing that these solutions are not easy. They're not easy. They are very expensive. They're costly. And so we are committed to taking the decisions that will move this forward. And I want to thank all of the pioneers, the former ministers. We are standing on your shoulders. Minister Greaves, the ministers before, Senator Alvina Reynolds, and Minister King, who was Minister for Health a few weeks ago. And all of the other ministers, whether they are from this government or another government. We know in our government we did a lot more to advance universal health coverage, but I want to thank all the professionals, all the ministers, all those who worked hard, some of whom have gone to the great beyond, who worked hard to try to see that we have a system in St. Lucia. So it is still work in progress. There is still a lot of work to do. And we still need you, the CMO and everybody else. We still need your brains and your ideas so that we can take this forward. This is not just a Labour Party thing. This is a country thing. All of us will be gone. The politicians are just passing through. Prime Minister says this all the time. Our job is temporary. But if we can do something for this country, where in the healthcare system, to ensure that financing, that we have a model for financing, that people are not scrunting all the time. How are they going to pay for this surgery? How are they going to do this and do that? So we are working on these things to ensure that we leave a model, we have a legacy in this country where healthcare is concerned. And the very last thing I will say is this. Some people say, and somebody asked me this, one of the members from the media asked me this earlier, why are we doing this? Why, you have big logo thing and a lot of fanfare and so on. Words to that effect. And the heads of departments will recall that at our first meeting in the Bougainvillea room, I said to them that we market everything. We market everything. When we want to sell potatoes, we market it. When we want to cars, you look at your television, there's marketing for everything. The terrible foods, they have the best marketing. But we need to take a marketing approach also to promoting healthy lifestyles and good health. Why is it that because it's health, it should be subdued? We should be in a quiet room. There should be no bright colors. All the doctors will come in black and white, and all the nurses in blue, and you're talking quietly because it's health. But if it was another thing, there would be fanfare and trumpet and all that kind of thing. We need to market well-being and wellness, because we'll not be able to continue building new hospitals and more rooms and more rooms and more rooms, because it's as if our mind is for sick people. We have to begin to turn this around to promote wellness. So through universal health coverage, it's really to promote wellness. Early diagnosis. Let's spend the money there. Early diagnosis, awareness, nutrition, exercise, so that we spend, hopefully over time, not next year, not next 5 years, but hopefully 10 to 15, 20 years, we can see a population that's more aware. We can see a population that puts more effort into their health, and we can all be a better nation, and our productivity will increase. So for me, the message is very simple. We are very serious about what we're doing as a government. We thank the JIPA team and all of those who have worked hard before, those I recognize and those maybe I didn't even know about, but you contributed. The universal health coverage in 2017. I have a report from Dr. King. He costed all the thing at $400 million. I remember all the figures, all the chapters, all the pages, because I read it every night. I used to read it, and all the papers and so on. What we're trying to do as a government is to bring all of these together, all the experiences, all of your effort is recognized, that we are not starting from scratch. We are using your experiences and hopefully to build a model that can benefit the whole of St. Lucia. I'm committed to this. Papa Lepo Prime Minister, tous les lundis, a cabinet, Moussa, health. What is happening over there? What's happening at OKEU? St. Jude, check on that. Keep your eyes on that. We are very committed to it. I thank you, Prime Minister, and my cabinet colleagues, and all those who are helping us to do this work. We love you, and let's get this done together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And I can tell you and everybody here and those of you watching, when it comes to marketing, we have no problem with that with UHC. When it comes to UHC, we know how to market really, really well. And as you leave and you look around the bus stops around St. Lucia, on every single bus stop, there will be a bus wrapped with our logo and our message and our website so that people can access UHC. With that said, we have a little bit of entertainment for you before we move on. And I'd like to call on Mr. Dylan St. Jules. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on Prime Minister Honorable Philip J. Pierre.
Thank you very much, Jade. Good morning, everyone. You all can laugh, you know. It's so serious, we can laugh. Let me recognize my colleague, the Minister for Health, the Honorable Moses Jabatis, and I can assure you, Moses' passion is something that I've not seen before. When I appointed him Minister of Health, he said to me, "Why me?" And he thought that he would have been the Minister of Agriculture because that was his pet. But I've also seen him feel the pain when he comes to cabinet and he asks for money for a child who needs brain surgery or someone who is on the verge of dying and must go to Martinique, and you have to find the money. And many people think that politicians are just people who fool people and want to look for votes, and they call us them fellas, and they see this kind of thing. I can tell you something. When you are where we are, you feel people directly. Now, some people may also think that we want to victimize people or you want to treat people badly because it's something personal. I can tell you, I have never sat in the cabinet and heard any cabinet member, in fact, ever come to cabinet and say that they want to do something personally to anybody because of what the person did to them. Because when you're in our business, you see real people. And if I can give you examples about how I've had to deal with real issues, not being a doctor, to the extent that people have wanted to show me their illnesses. A gentleman came to me and he said to me that he needs $250. I said, I don't have to. He said, boss, you must give me $250. I said, Chief, I don't have $250 because it was about 11 o'clock and I'd been there from 8 o'clock and I'd spent all what I had already. So he said, you want me to show you, boss, what I have? I said, Chief, by a doctor. And he reached for his pants. I said, no. You imagine what he was showing me. And these are the things we face every day. So sometimes when we sound over enthusiastic, it's not because we're looking for votes. We're pretty well good at getting votes. I've got votes 7 times. So we're not looking for votes. It's a passion, and that passion is to improve the lives of the people of this country. And that is the passion that we have. So having said so, I want to recognize the minister, the head table, Archbishop Gabriel Maze, the CMO, the members of the cabinet, the senior minister, and some people in this room that I know for a long time. Damian Graves, he was the Minister of Health, and I'm happy he came back home working at the OKU. I see Dr. Senchos, who vexes me these days. And but he's my partner, yes, sir. Dr. King, Dr. Stephen King, I was over there with the CMO, and Dr. Ned, and members of his team. I'm very pleased to be here this morning to be involved in another stage of the process of UHC. This government, healthcare is expensive, extremely expensive. Last year, we spent over $200 million for health care in St. Lucia. And in preparing the budget this year, St. Jude alone have asked me for $31 million for new personnel only. St. Jude, $31 million, and Damien, $45 million more for OKU. So for these two organizations, they are requesting $76 million in addition to the normal costs, to the other costs. And you may hear, you hear a lot about the health and security levy, the health and security levy. The health and security levy this year will bring to the government between $42 and $45 million. That is the direct taxation that the health and security levy will bring to this country. And that alone cannot give us what Damien wants at OKU. Healthcare is expensive. And I can tell you, I believe that healthcare in St. Lucia is 90% free. It's about 90% free. Because when Damien gives them the hospital bills, they come to us to pay it. So you get a hospital bill and you have to go to the SSDF to pay it. The SSDF is the same government's money that's in the SSFPL. So it just goes in a cycle. And we have to find a way to cause healthcare to be affordable, to be equitable, and to be reachable. Alphonsus taught me that. Right, Alphonsus? Affordable, equitable, and reachable, right? That is the purpose of universal health care. And this is all what the government wants to do. So this process has just started. This process will continue. We pledge the resources of the state within the fiscal realities of what we can afford, what we can do. And I will say to people, as we speak, the government is owed nearly, conservatively, about $200 million in taxes. Conservatively, that is leaving out everything else. And if I could have collected half of that, I would not have any problems. So there is a need for citizens to understand they have to pay their fair share of taxes so everyone can benefit. Also, we have to take personal responsibility. I remember some time ago, I spoke about eating bananas, and I was ridiculed. I don't know, I'm not sure if anybody came to my rescue, because people believe when they rescue politicians, they are being deemed political, even though we speak in the truth. That's the cost of being in politics, and that's the cost of being where I am. You get blamed for absolutely everything. But In the point I was making at that time was, if we could watch what we eat, and if we could go further and even grow it, our lifestyles, our lives would have been better. My dad suffered from diabetes from the age of 48 years of age, and he died at 82. I won't live so long. And he managed his diabetes with his food, his diet. That's what he managed his diet. So from that young age, I understood the benefit of eating right and eating well. And this is why I try to say to the people of St. Lucia, let's eat well. And this is why I spoke about the banana thing. And I want to tell you, we've implemented a program of a banana a day for the school feeding program. That's implemented, and that will help us. So the need for individual responsibility. And this morning I was a little late because I was on my treadmill. And I have a doctor in the cabinet and a doctor in my office. So we get lectures every day about timing, about food, etc. So we are very committed. I want to thank everybody. And Dr. Harrison will tell you what I always say about doctors. I won't say it publicly. She can tell you privately what I say about doctors. So I want to tell you that the government is pleased. We know that we haven't got a perfect health system, but they're very pleased with what is happening so far. And when I read about the surgeries of the Dr. Sidney and the work that happens at the OKU and at the St. Jude Hospital, and how these doctors and nurses from the fire have operated from a stadium, and they have produced and they've given healthcare to people. We're very grateful for that. We're very grateful for that. And a gratitude that we have expressed. We've expressed in material terms. We would like to do better. We'd like to do better. But we only have X amount of resources. No government was ever able to do everything it wanted to do. It will never happen. But I can tell you, as far as the health is concerned, this government will give the resources we can afford with the help and the support of our friends and the entire medical fraternity. I want to say to the doctors and nurses and everybody in the system, including the people who work in the hospital, the people who work in the wards, everybody, that you basically perform human service. You are basically heroes. You deal with people's lives. You save people's lives. And how important it is to save a man's life. Because when you are involved in medicine, even the folks who are the emergency care people, the people in the ambulances, we also have to applaud them. They are very important people. The people who did emergency services. They are the ones who see you first. And this is why the government has invested in the emergency services millions of dollars, the largest investments in the emergency services ever. We've invested in the emergency services. And we can speak a lot of first what the government continues to do as far as healthcare is concerned. But we have a long way to go, and we want your support. You want to tell us that we appreciate you. We appreciate the nurses. You know sometimes that they're under a lot of pressure, and we want to tell the public of the country to be a little more sympathetic towards them. Because what they do is not easy. The stress and the commitment, even though they may not show it in their demeanor, but their commitment to save lives is something for most of them is what they live for, to save people's lives and make people's lives better. So thank you very much, and I wish you happy independence. The theme for independence is about nutrition, about health. So let's work to get a healthier nation. Let's take individual responsibilities for our diet, for our lifestyle. Let's have a healthier St. Lucia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you for your consistent innovation and all the ideas and successes that you bring to our country. Before we go to the vote of thanks, I just want to say to those of you watching at home and those of you in the audience, those of you who've ever come to a sensitization by SLUHC, this today is very important, and it's important to bring a message home with you. So you say to yourself, okay, why was I here today? Why was this important? It is because we are, like Minister said, we're moving the process forward. And today we officially branded SLUHC. So we have our logo, we have our tagline, we have our website. And when you brand something, that means that you have an identity. So since 2022, we have been operating without an identity. Of course, we fall under Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, but universal health coverage is so important that it had to be branded within and separately. And that is what we have achieved today. When it comes to the website, we now give people of St. Lucia access. Access is important. The first point of access, people will pick up their phones and say, okay, let me learn something about UHC. What is in it for me? What is in it for my family? And now St. Lucians have that. So this is why today is also important. So we are one step closer to fully achieving UHC, but we are many, many steps ahead since 2022. So can we please put our hands together once again? Thank you so much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on Nurse Charlene Duncan. She is the Acting Quality Assurance Manager, and she will be delivering our vote of thanks.
Allow me to observe the established protocol and wish you a pleasant good morning. This vote of thanks is a joint effort between Ms. Persia Judah, who couldn't be with us this morning, Ms. Steph DeFritis, and yours truly, Charlene Duncan. I would like to recognize the presence of the Prime Minister, Honorable Philippe J. Pierre, Honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste, the Minister of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, other cabinet ministers, the President and members of the Senate, Ms. Jenny Daniel, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, Dr. Sharon Belma George, the Chief Medical Officer, Executive Nurse Leader, Nurse Kafni Shalmain Suraj, the Chief Nursing Officer of St. Lucia, and other distinguished guests. I feel honored and privileged to be presenting this vote of thanks on behalf of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition on this momentous occasion. This event marks a significant milestone in the national implementation of universal health coverage. Today, as we live in the moment, marks an auspicious occasion in the tenure of the government of St. Lucia, the Ministry of Health, and the citizens of St. Lucia. This polished, intentional design of the logo, St. Lucia Universal Health Coverage, Bon santé pour toutes. The logo communicates the Ministry of Health's commitment to the well-being of St. Lucia, serving as a promise to healthcare services to the people of St. Lucia. This morning, I invite you to join me in recognizing the individuals, groups, and organizations who have demonstrated unwavering support for the implementation of universal health coverage from its inception in October 2022 through the initial rollout of the Essential Services Package and onwards into 2026. William Affer Ward once said, God gave you a gift of 86,400 seconds today. Have you used one of them to say thank you? On behalf of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, as well as the Universal Health Coverage Director and team, I will use a few of my seconds to express sincere gratitude to the supporters, change makers, and visionaries who have been integral in the UHC journey. First and foremost, we thank the Almighty God for inspiring, guiding, and providing for the implementation of universal health coverage on behalf of the people of St. Lucia. Psalm 127 verse 1 says, unless the Lord builds the house, the builder labor in vain. God deserves our loudest applause. Over the past 5 years, UHC has become a national priority, embodying the commitment to the slogan, putting people first. We offer heartfelt thanks to the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Mr. Philip Joseph Pierre, and his cabinet ministers, with special mention of the Minister of Health, Honorable Moses Musa Jabatis. Your political stewardship has been the driving force behind the reform and rebirth of the Universal Health Coverage Initiative, first introduced 20 years ago. The continued progress of the UHC initiative is due to the strategic leadership of Permanent Secretary Jenny Daniel and the technical dedication of the strategic management team at the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition. Finally, let us not forget the most valuable players of the UHC initiative, the implementers. Helen Keller asserts, and I quote, alone we can do little, together we can do much, end of quote. I kindly request you, as your group is being called, provided there are representatives, that you please stand while we thank you with a round of applause. So as I call your grouping or your name, I invite you to stand and the audience is going to applaud. Can you help me with this? So can we practice? Can we start clapping now? Yes, keep it going, I'm not hearing you. Right, that sounds better. The staff of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition, can you stand? Come on, staff, I know you're around. Thank you. For your continued support to the UHC project, particularly the clinicians and administrators of primary health care who serve as the gateway to UHC by the UHC project team. Where are you, project team? Give them a wave. The Make It Happen UHC director. Can you stand? Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford and her competent team. Deepest thanks to you for your planning and coordinating for this auspicious ceremony and your dedication to ensuring the universal health coverage moves forward. The staff of the Attorney General Chambers, are you around? If they're not here, they're probably watching online. Oh, okay, we have somebody. Can you give us a wave? Specific mention of Mrs. Jillian Vidal-Jules, Director of the Legislative Drafting Unit, for the development of the draft of the UHC bill, and Ms. Kimberly Williams for her support in the registration of the UHC name and logo. Thank you, Mrs. Gillian. As esteemed professor of nursing, Dr. Stephanie Ferguson coined this phrase, no money, no mission. We are deeply grateful to the Joint Independent Providers Association team. Can you stand? You may have your seat. For providing invaluable technical expertise in health financing. Various sister ministries and departments, including, and if you are here, please wave or stand, the Ministry of Finance, staff from the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Equity, the Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Public Sector Modernization, and the St. Lucia Fire Service. I think I saw some extinguished firemen around. Where are you? Yes. Come on, stand. It's your turn now. Keep it coming. We have our Insurance Council of St. Lucia and the Financial Services Regulatory Authority. Are you here? For engaging in constructive dialogue as we explore how to make insurance more affordable for all St. Lucians. The St. Jude Hospital and Millennium House Medical Complex. We have the CEOs here with us and staff of St. Jude Hospital, Millennium House Medical Complex, Dr. Damian Greaves, the finance manager. Thank you for being here with us. Tapion Hospital. Are you here? For your contributions to consultations, the quality management systems in terms of SOPs, Mrs. Jagannath, and private sector collaborations. We also have a few healthcare partners, Dr. Polka Slendor, Dr. Owen Gabriel, Dr. Alfonso St. Rose, for providing training in their respective fields, including palliative care and cancer screening to our clinicians. Our other UHC service providers include MHMC, St. Jude Hospital, Laboratory Services and Consultations Limited, Rodney Bay Diagnostics, Medical Imaging, Helen Diagnostic Center, Gable Woods Clinic, St. Anthony's Medical Center, Bon Santé Inc., La Clinique du Corps, Get Well, and St. Lucia Planned Parenthood. Are you here? Wow, they're all around. Thank you for your commitment to delivering quality healthcare services to the people of St. Lucia. Warm thank you goes to the World Bank for laying the foundation for the results-based services delivery through the PBF pilot, which will be absorbed into the broader UHC framework. Also, for their contributions for consultations related to health finances. We tip our hat to you in appreciation. The National Insurance Corporation, the NIC, are you around? NIC, don't be too shy, we need you. Where are you? Okay. This is for your experience in pooled finances and social protection, which informs our approach to health financing. The National Council of Public Transportation, are there representatives here? Okay, they're in the back. Is that Mr. Godfrey? Nice to have you, sir. For collaborating with us to bring the UHC name and logo identity to the public through bus wraps. And as you go around St. Lucia, you will see them driving around. The logo is so beautiful, wrapped around those buses. All stakeholder groups who have participated in consultations related to UHC financing, including associations. Do we have reps from associations here? Yes. Unions, faith-based organizations, the business community, health support groups, and homes for the older people. To our very talented and passionate sign language specialists, you truly demonstrated the inclusivity of SLUHC. Thank you. Special recognition goes to the remarkable Jade Brown for her role as Mistress of Ceremonies, and His Grace Archbishop Malze for offering the opening prayers, reminding us that we can do nothing without God. To all officials and UHC team members who delivered remarks and set the tone for this momentous occasion, we extend our sincere appreciation. Our talented students who have already left us and the choir director, your performance lifted our spirits and filled us with national pride as you led us in the national anthem in Creole. May God bless you. To our entertainers, ready. How does it go? Poinche. Universal healthcare is here. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I tried, right? Mr. Dylan St. Jules, we thank you for sharing your talents and making the ceremony more engaging. Well done. As the spirit of gratitude accompanies us, may we and our families continue to support and benefit from UHC initiatives. Thank you. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you so much to everyone for coming today. We've come to the end of our program. Of course, I can't say head table, but those of you who are up here with me, we would like a little photo op. Take many pictures. Go to our website, www.sluhc.com, and spread the word about SLUHC. Thank you for coming. We have a new jingle. Can we play that now? Are you ready? Okay, thank you.
SLUHC, there for you and me. SLUHC, St. Lucia Universal Health Coverage. Yes, better healthcare for your family. St. Lucia Universal Health Coverage. Yes, free mais sans dépôt tout chose est glissé. Everyone gets access to quality healthcare at little or no cost, so upani mise. No one get left behind, so my people fall in line. Cause right now is the time for St. Lucia Universal Health Coverage. Yes, better healthcare for your family. St. Lucia Universal Health Coverage. Yes, free mais sans dépôt toute chose est glissé. SLUHC, here for you and me.
Please stand for the arrival of His Excellency, Mr. Felix Finisse. We will now have the national anthem by the National Combined School Choir.
We stand before you today as a grateful nation, gathered in the presence of our leaders, our citizens, and our guests. We thank you for the sovereignty of St. Lucia and the Helen of the West that has nurtured generations of talent, courage, and resilience. We invoke your blessing upon this historic ceremony. Today, we formally recognize and immortalize the monumental achievement of our daughter of the soil, Julian Alfred. We thank you for the discipline and the spirit of excellence she displayed on the global stage, becoming a beacon of light and our first Olympic gold medalist. Lord, as we prepare to unveil this first cover of the commemorative stamp, we ask that you bless this philatelic tribute. May this small piece of history serve as an ambassador for our nation, traveling across oceans and borders to tell the story of a small island with a giant spirit. Grant our leaders wisdom, our youth fire of inspiration, and our people a lasting sense of unity. May this stamp remind every St. Lucian that through hard work and faith, the highest podium in the world are within our reach. We commit this ceremony and legacy of our athletics into your hands through Christ our Lord.
Please be seated. His Excellency, Mr. Felix Finister, Deputy to the Governor General, Honorable Kenson Casimir, Minister of Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, Honorable Wayne Girard, Minister of Economic Development and Youth Economy, Senator the Honorable Dr. Chandali Harakson, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, other members of Cabinet, Mr. Francis Fontenelle, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Euralis Delaire, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports, other Permanent Secretaries and Deputy Permanent Secretaries, Mr. Dexter Purcell, Representative of St. Lucia Tourism Authority, other statutory boards of the Government of St. Lucia and the private sector, Mr. Joshua Venor, Postmaster General, Ms. Paulina Fauché, Deputy Postmaster General, Mrs. Antonia Renee Marius, Assistant Postmaster General and Human Resource Manager, Ms. Charlene Alfred, Representative of Olympian Julian Alfred, staff of the General Post Office, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I beg you good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. A very warm welcome to the official launch of the Julian Alfred Commemorative Stamp. I am Postmistress Julita George, and it is my immense pleasure to be your mistress of ceremony for this momentous occasion. Today we gather to witness history being carried in miniature. A commemorative stamp is more than just postage. It is a lasting tribute. Today's stamp honors our ambassador, Julian Alfred. I would like to invite Postmaster General Mr. Joshua Venor to the podium after we join with Miss Alfred, because I think, am I correct, she's online? Yes, so we'll have a little switch in our program. We're going to accompany her now as we listen to words of appreciation and reflections by our Ambassador Extraordinaire, Miss Julian Alfred.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much. I am truly happy to be with you virtually. I am honored by my island to be honored by my island in this way is deeply humbling. This place shaped me into who I am, my values, my strength, and my dreams. And I truly accept this not just for myself, but as a symbol honoring the strength of a united community, and I'll always carry my island with pride. And of course, happy 47th independence to St. Lucia, and thank you. It's truly an honor, I would say.
You are most welcome. It's an honor to have you represent us. Thank you so much. So at this point, I think Miss Alfred will be spending some time with us while we continue our program. I now call on our Postmaster General to the podium to give a few remarks.
Thank you, Ms. George. Ms. George is our sub-postmistress from the NIPRO Post Office. Please allow me to adopt the protocol already established, but I would like to recognize His Excellency, Mr. Finisterre, Deputy to the Governor General, Honorable Kenson Casimir, Minister for Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, Senator the Honorable Dr. Chandrali Harak Singh, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister. Thank you. We gather today as a nation still inspired by one of the most defining moments in St. Lucia's modern history, the Olympic triumph of Julian Alfred. When Julian Alfred claimed Olympic gold, she did more than achieve personal glory. She carried the inspirations of an entire people onto the world stage. In that moment, St. Lucia, our small but proud island, stood before the global community with confidence and distinction. Her continued victories since that historic achievement remind us that excellence is sustained through discipline, vision, and national support. For our youth especially, Julian Alfred's journey sends a powerful message that talent born in St. Lucia can compete, succeed, and lead at the highest levels of human endeavor. It is therefore profoundly appropriate that the government of St. Lucia, through the St. Lucia Postal Service, commemorates this achievement in a national stamp issue. Stamps are enduring symbols of state recognition. They record milestones, honor our heroes, and project our identity beyond our shores. Today, Julian Alfred's legacy becomes part of the permanent national record. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we celebrate this national achievement, the St. Lucia Postal Service itself is evolving to better serve St. Lucia nationals' development. Across the world, postal administrations are evolving from traditional mail services, into integrated logistics and e-commerce platforms. Under the policy direction of the government of St. Lucia, the Postal Service is being repositioned to support trade, entrepreneurship, and digital commerce, particularly for the SMEs and emerging exporters. This transition occurs within a complex external environment. Small island states continue to face structural airlift constraints that affect the movement of goods. Additionally, evolving international trade frameworks, including the United States import duty and de minimis requirements, have introduced new compliance realities for our exporters. These developments directly affect our local businesses and diaspora trade flows. If I may share a simple illustration, Martinique lies approximately 15 minutes away from us by air and about an hour and a half by sea. Yet, today, there is no direct postal dispatch between St. Lucia and Martinique. Our mail travels to France before returning to our nearest neighbor. Wait. Our mail goes to the US, then to France, and then down to Martinique. Yes. I just lost. Okay. This reality underscores the logistical constraints small island states must overcome in building efficient regional and global connections. As it relates to the United States' de minimis requirement, I am pleased to report that the St. Lucia Postal Service has successfully concluded negotiations with an approved duty collection partner. We are therefore now positioned to resume postal exports to the United States in full compliance with the new regulations. an important step for our small business and exporters. In response to these realities, the Postal Service is advancing a program of modernization and digitization. We are strengthening cross-border e-commerce systems, enhancing compliance, and building operational partnerships that allow St. Lucian products to access global markets more efficiently. New service offerings are also being explored to expand opportunities for citizens and business alike. Our objective is clear: a modern, resilient postal system that supports national competitiveness, and ensures that St. Lucia remains connected to the global economy. In many respects, this institutional journey mirrors the spirit embodied by Julian Alfred. Her success demonstrates that nations of modest size can achieve global distinction through investment, perseverance, and strategic focus. The same principles guide our transformation as a national service. So today, this commemorative stamp represents more than the image of a champion. It represents national pride, institutional renewal, and the confidence of a people who know that St. Lucia can excel on the world stage in sport, in enterprise, and in national development. On behalf of the St. Lucia Postal Service, I extend profound congratulations to Ms. Julian Alfred, our Olympic champion, national icon, and inspiration to generations of St. Lucians. May this stamp carry her story across continents, just as her achievements have carried St. Lucia into the hearts of the world. With this, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venor. We now listen to remarks by the Minister of Youth and Sports, Honorable Kenson Casimir. Mr. Casimir.
Protocol already established, let me acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Governor General and constituent of the Gros constituency, Honorable Felix Finisterre, Senator Chandelier Raxing, Permanent Secretaries Fontenay and Delay, Postmaster General, well-wishers, and of course, our Lady of Honor, who have joined us virtually. That's love for St. Lucia. Let's put our hands together for Julian Alfred. Because I can guarantee you, others in her space and in her position would have said, when I come back, I'll see my stamp. I'm training right now, but we also need to put our hands together for her for the stellar performances so far in this year's 60 meters event. Very well done, Julian Alfred. So today is not merely ceremonial, it is truly historic. We gathered to launch a definitive stamp issue in honor of Julian Alfred, one of St. Lucia's most accomplished athletes and one of the most inspiring ambassadors our nation has ever produced. A definitive stamp is reserved for symbols that define a country's identity, unlike a commemorative stamp that marks a moment in time. A definitive stamp enters daily circulation. Am I correct, Postmaster? All right. It travels in ordinary mail. It is used repeatedly. It becomes woven into the rhythm of a national life. It quietly, consistently represents who we are. And today, St. Lucia has made a profound declaration that excellence, discipline, resilience, and achievement are part of our national identity. Julian Alfred's journey is one of perseverance and purpose. From her early days as a promising young athlete to competing at the highest levels of international athletics, she has demonstrated unwavering commitment, fierce determination, and exceptional talent. On the global stage, she has not only competed, she has excelled. In doing so, she has elevated the profile of St. Lucian sport and inspired pride in every corner of our island. When Julian lines up at the starting blocks, she carries more than her own ambitions. She carries the hope of a nation. She carries the aspirations of young athletes training on community playing fields, on school tracks, and in humble facilities across St. Lucia. She carries the belief that our size does not limit our potential. This definitive stamp transforms her achievements into a permanent national symbol. Every envelope that bears her image will tell a story of a small island nation that produces world-class talent, of a young woman who rose through dedication and sacrifice, of a country that celebrates its champions, not just in applause, but in permanence. It also sends a powerful message to our youth that excellence will be recognized, that discipline matters, that dreams are valid, and that with hard work, guidance, and opportunity, St. Lucians can stand amongst the best in the world. As Minister for Youth Development and Sports, I see this moment as deeply aligned with our broader national vision. Sports is not merely recreation, it's transformation. It builds confidence, it strengthens communities, promotes healthy lifestyles, and opens doors to education and international opportunities. The success of athletes like Julian Alfred reinforces the importance of sustained investments in grassroots development, coaching, education, sports science, and high-performance systems. Her achievements validate the work we are doing to strengthen our infrastructure, improve athlete support mechanisms, and create structured pathways from schools and communities to elite champions and also competitions. They remind us that when we invest in youth development, we invest in national pride and global recognition. Today, we also recognize the collective effort behind individual excellence, the coaches, the families, the teachers, administrators, and institutions that nurtured her potential. Sporting success is never accidental. It is a product of vision, sacrifice, and sustained support. Julian Alfred's name is now etched not only in record books, but in the very fabric of our national story. This definitive stamp ensures that her legacy will circulate across continents, crossing borders and oceans, quietly declaring that St. Lucia is a nation of excellence. To Gillian, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your commitment, your courage, your humility, and your relentless pursuit of greatness. You have inspired a generation and redefined what is possible for St. Lucian athletes. May this definitive stamp stand as a lasting emblem of achievement. May it inspire every young person who sees it. And may it remind us all that St. Lucia does not simply celebrate greatness. We, as a nation, as a small island, we produce greatness. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now invite Senator, the Honorable Dr. Shanda Lee Harrison, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, to make a statement.
Good morning. Please allow me to adopt the protocol already established and to also acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, Deputy Governor General, Mr. Finisterre, the Minister of Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation, the Honorable Kenson Casimir, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Francis Fontenelle, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and Our Lady of the Hour, Ms. Julian Alfred. A pleasant good morning to everyone. I must say I am extremely excited to be honoring one of our very own, Miss Julian Alfred. St. Lucia has talented people, I'm sure you will agree with me. We are talented, and we are talented in every area of society. We have our 2 Nobel laureates. We also have a neurosurgeon who has been delivering life-changing surgeries right here in St. Lucia. We also have our renowned jazz guitarist and musician, Ronald Buhingson, and the list goes on. But today we are gathered here to celebrate a young lady's historical achievement. Let me take you back to the afternoon of August 3rd, 2024. Crowds are starting to gather around the public screens in many of our constituencies. Families gather around their television screens throughout the length and breadth of St. Lucia and throughout the entire world. I was in Viewfort watching from the public screen on New Dock Road. We all waited with bated breath. Juju was in lane 6, lined up in the pouring rain in Paris. On your marks, get set. The gun goes off. Julian gets out of the blocks quickly, and she's off, gaining ground. She's now ahead, approaching the finish line, and she did it. Olympic gold, 100 meters, 10.72 seconds. St. Lucians are on their feet. The entire country is in jubilation. This was our girl. This was our Juju. This was the little girl from Cicero who had the audacity to dream big. Olympic gold, 100 meters in 10.72 seconds, a defining moment in St. Lucia's history. And she returned 3 days later to further solidify her mark with another epic win in the 200 meters, clinching silver in 22.08 seconds. Olympic gold and silver medalist. Achievements which will forever be etched in our memory, and stellar performances which have left indelible marks on our hearts. And so it is quite fitting to launch the Julian Alfred Commemorative Stamp during our 47th anniversary of independence to celebrate the momentous accomplishment of one of us. The launch of the Julian Alfred Commemorative Stamp is not just a ceremonial act, it is a national statement. It is a symbol of identity, achievement, and collective pride for all St. Lucians around the world. This stamp bears the image of Julian Alfred, Olympic gold and silver medalist, daughter of St. Lucia, and a living testament to what belief, discipline, and perseverance can produce. Julian's journey from Cicero, St. Lucia, to the Olympic podium is a story of courage and relentless commitment. We know her journey. We have cried with her. We have laughed with her. When she stood on that platform and the world watched our flag rise, St. Lucian stood taller. When our anthem was played, our hearts swelled with pride. This victory was not just for our Juju. It was for every single St. Lucian at home and around the world. This was a moment of national pride. And today we relived that moment, and not just in any month, but in a month where we celebrate her, our fair Helen of the West, and her daughter, Julian Alfred. And so during this 47th independence, under the theme Devant Sam, nourishing our people, strengthening our nation, this moment carries special meaning. To nourish our people is to cultivate talent. To strengthen our nation is to celebrate excellence. To move forward together is to recognize that no achievement is ever truly individual. Julian did not run alone. She ran with the support of a nation. She ran with the prayers of an entire country. She ran with the encouragement of family, friends, coaches, teachers, and citizens who believed in her. This is Devant Sam. Today, as we unveil this commemorative stamp, we are sending a clear and bold statement to our youth. We are saying to them that your past does not define you. From modest beginnings and from limited resources, greatness can emerge. Commemorative stamps enter our archives. They become collector's items. They become part of national memory. By placing our Julian Alfred on a national stamp, St. Lucia affirms that discipline, resilience, and national pride are values worthy of preservation. This stamp will circulate regionally and also internationally, and it will carry with it a story. The story of a young St. Lucian woman who competed with the world's best and prevailed. But more importantly, it will carry a message. St. Lucia believes in its people, a promise which forms the cornerstone of this Labour government, putting our people first. A healthy nation invests in its human capital. A confident nation celebrates its achievers. A sovereign nation honors those who elevate its name. St. Lucia embodies them all. Julian Alfred has elevated the name of St. Lucia on the world stage. Today, once again, St. Lucia honors her. So as we celebrate 47 years of independence, let this stamp remind us that we are capable of extraordinary things when we stand together. Let it remind us that our size does not limit our impact. Let it also remind us that moving forward together, devant ensemble, is not rhetoric. It is our competitive advantage. To Julian, your country is proud of you. Your achievements are not only in record books, but now in our national story. We congratulate you and we love you. And to every St. Lucian child who sees this stamp, dare to dream big. A little girl from Cicero made her mark not just on her country, but on the international stage. Your potential is real. You can do it. And your nation will continue to stand behind you and move forward with you. So once again, congratulations to you, Miss Julian Alfred, and happy 47th Independence, St. Lucia. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, to tell us more about the journey and design of this special stamp, please welcome Miss Benicia Fanes, Les Flores, postwoman at the General Post Office.
Good morning to all. Please allow me to adopt the protocol which has already been established, but I would like to acknowledge the presence of Deputy Governor General, Mr. Felix Finissier, Cabinet of Ministers, PSCs, Postal Service staff, boys and girls, welcome. This first day cover celebrates the historic achievements of Julian Alfred, St. Lucia's first Olympic gold medalist. Her victories at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games brought immense pride to our nation and stand as a testament to her perseverance, discipline, and excellence. These stamps honor not only her success on the track, but also her enduring inspiration to future generations of St. Lucia. Julian Alfred has etched her name in history as St. Lucia's most accomplished track star and field athlete, bringing home both gold and silver medals at the Olympic Games Paris 2024. Her triumph on the world stage is not only a personal victory, but a defining moment of pride and inspiration for every St. Lucian, both at home and across the diaspora. The commemorative stamp celebrates Julian's journey from humble beginnings in Cicero Castries to becoming one of the fastest women in the world. Her dedication, discipline, unyielding spirit have made her a role model for the youth of St. Lucia, embodying the belief that no dream is too big when matched with hard work and determination. Each stamp celebrates a facet of Julian Alfred's story. Firstly, we have the $2.50 stamp, which represents Julian's joy and humility as she shares her Olympic success with the next generation, symbolizing hope and inspiration for St. Lucia's children. Then we have the $5 stamp, which represents her strength and confidence as she proudly represents her country on the track, carrying the St. Lucian flag on her chest. Thereafter, the $10 stamp represents a triumphant portrait celebrating Julian Alfred's historic Olympic victory, embodying national pride and her ultimate athletic achievement for St. Lucia. And last but not least, the $25 stamp, which represents Julian's moments of glory on the international stage, raising her medal high against the iconic backdrop of St. Lucia's Peters, reflecting national pride on a global scale. And we have some information about these special stamps. The design and layout of the stamp was done by Aaron Charles. A special printer was used, which is the Carter Security Printing. The process was done by offset lithography. The stamp size is 33 by 48 millimeters. The sheet size is 246 by 354 millimeters. The paper size is I say already. The paper which was used is PVA gummed 110 GSM. I don't know what the GSM is. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the governments of St. Lucia through the Postal Service, I present to you Julian Alfred's commemorative stamp issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Ms. Les Flores. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. The unveiling of the Julian Alfred commemorative stamp. I now call on the following people to join me. Senator, the Honorable Sandra Chandali Harakson, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, to my left. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Francis Fontenelle. Postmaster General, Mr. Joshua Venor. And Ms. Charlene Alfred, aunt of our ambassador, Ms. Julian Alfred. No. Yes. After the count, can we have a little music in the background, please? Drum roll, music, something. Can we go ahead, please? 1. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Unveil. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Yes, this is it. Thank you very much. We invite Honorable Wayne Girard to present the first day cover. Who is not there? So, okay, I will call on the PS in the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Francis Fontenelle, to present the first day cover to Miss Charlene Alfred, our guest of honor. Our group photo. We will now have presentation of gifts to our honored guests presented by the Postmaster General, Mr. Joshua Venor. Thank you. Pardon? Okay. How many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I call on the Senator, the Honorable Dr. Chandra Harrison. Minister Girard, he's not there. Oh. Minister Casimir. Do we have a representative from the First National Bank? I now call on the PS in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Yes, thank you, Mr. Venor. Okay. Yes, Miss is doing the presentation. She's doing the presentation. She's doing the presentation. As I continue, I call on Coach Cuthbert Modest. You're most welcome. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. She's next. So I call on our Postmaster General, Mr. Venor, to present to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Thank you very much. I now call on Deputy Postmaster General, Ms. Paulina Fauché, to do the recognition of sponsors, collaborators, and supporting institutions, and the vote of thanks.
Good day, everyone. I would like to adopt the protocol already established, but please allow me to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Deputy Governor General, Mr. Finistère, Honorable Kenson Casimir, Minister of Youth and Sports, P.S. Fontenelle, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Euralis Delaire, Permanent Secretary, Youth and Sports, Ms. Nicole Jajac, Dr. Chandelier Harrison, Senator, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office. Ms. Nicole Jajac, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, and the Lady of the Hour, Honorable Julian Alfred. Today, we gather to celebrate excellence, national pride, and the power of achievement. The unveiling of this commemorative stamp in honor of Julian Alfred is more than a philatelic milestone. It is a tribute to a young woman whose dedication, discipline, and determination has inspired an entire nation. On behalf of the St. Lucia Postal Service, I extend our deepest gratitude to the sponsors, collaborators, and supporting institutions who made this commemorative stamp possible. Your generous contribution, whether through financial support, technical expertise, creative input, or logistical coordination, has transformed an idea into a lasting national symbol. This stamp will travel across borders and generations, carrying with it the story of St. Lucian excellence. We sincerely thank our creative and productive partners who work diligently to ensure that this commemorative issue reflects the prestige of the moment. In particular, we extend special thanks to Minister Wayne Girard, Mr. Francis Fontenelle, Permanent Secretary in the Department of Finance, Dr. Euralis Delaire, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Coach Henry Roll for his unwavering guidance and mentorship, Mr. Aaron Charles, the designer whose creativity brought this vision to life, Mr. Alan Cherry, whose photography helped capture the essence of excellence, the National Printing Department, particularly Mr. Gaius Anius and Mr. O'Neill Maffrin, Carter's Printing for exceptional production quality, and Mr. Dexter Persil and Ms. Janella Ogis of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority for the valued collaboration and support. We also express profound appreciation to the government of St. Lucia for its vision and leadership. In particular, we thank Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, for his continued support of initiatives that celebrate national achievement and unity. We are equally grateful to Honorable Kenson Casimir, Minister for Education, Youth Development, Sport, and Digital Transformation, whose commitment to honoring our athletes ensures that their accomplishments are permanently etched in our national story. We are sincerely grateful to the Independence Committee for including the St. Lucia Postal Service in the week of activities leading to our independence celebration. It is truly an honor to contribute to the recognition of excellence through a medium that preserves our history and carries it forward. To Julian Alfred, we offer our heartfelt congratulations and deepest thanks. Your remarkable achievements have given us yet another opportunity to celebrate you, not only as a champion on the track, but as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the people of St. Lucia. Through your perseverance and world-class performances, you have elevated our nation on the global stage and reminded us that all greatness can emerge from small islands with big dreams. This commemorative stamp stands as a lasting testament to your legacy, a symbol of speed, strength, and St. Lucian pride that will endure for generations. To everyone present here today, thank you for joining us in celebrating this historic moment. We also extend our sincere appreciation to those joining us via the live broadcast. Your presence, whether here in person or online, makes this celebration even more meaningful. May we continue to honor excellence, uplift one another, and proudly showcase the achievements of our people to the world. I am also pleased to inform you that the commemorative stamp is available for purchase just outside this room and at post offices throughout the island. Thank you, and may God bless St. Lucia.
This is where we come to the closure of the formal ceremony. We ask you to join us for some refreshments and networking whilst being entertained by the Masha School Orchestra. I am Julita George, signing off. What was it again? Okay, we're going to now have some group photos. Okay, thank you.
Elevate your vision. visuals with AJ's Production Services. Introducing our new DJI Air 3 drone service. Capturing stunning aerial footage has never been easier. Whether it's for a corporate event, wedding, real estate showcase, or any special occasion, our drone service offers high-resolution imagery, crystal clear 4K video and 48MP photos, dynamic angles, capture every detail with panoramic and dynamic shots. Smooth stability, advanced gimbal technology ensures smooth, professional footage. Real-time viewing, monitor the shots in real time for perfect results. Perfect for weddings, corporate events, music videos, real estate showcases, festivals, sporting events, promotional videos. Contact us today to book your session at 175-8725-8763. AJ's Production Services, where your vision takes flight.